week last week, which has actually been something that's been, I think, trending nicely for me. Just made some kind of dumb mistakes that were multiple shot problems around that kind of old school course. But kind of throwing that out, I feel really good about some of the stuff I've been working on. Some of the kind of mechanics and traction of how I'm swinging the club are getting more sound and more consistent. I'm getting more confident in that, feeling like I can play all the ball flights that I'd like to. And you need that around this golf course because you got to work it both ways, different heights. Obviously the greens, although the course is soft now, the greens, I played yesterday in that rain, and even as it was raining, the greens were still firm and they had the sub air going. So you're just going to have to be a shot maker around here, and I feel like that part of my game has been improving as the year's gone on. And this is a place you just can't fake it. There's a number of great golf courses that we play, and this is one of them. And you'll get guys shoot 5, 6, 7 under, and you'll get guys shoot 5, 6, 7 over. And it's just, there's no faking it. The rough's up a little more than I think what we normally see when we come here during the season. So a little more premium on the fairways. Trying to find greens in regulation will be my goal.
That's great. Thanks, Jordan. We'll open up for questions. Starting right here with Jim.
Since the Masters, have you found yourself thinking more about the Grand Slam than you might have in previous years?
I don't think so. It's been more, I've been surprised at, there's been a number of years I've come to the PGA and no one's really even asked me about it. And there's been some years where it was, a storyline, I guess. It's funny, I think if Rory didn't, then it wouldn't have been a storyline for me here necessarily. It's always a storyline if I work my way in, but at least ahead of time, I've just felt like I've been asked about it more than, other years, including years where I've come in, I want to say 22, I came in after winning and then finishing second back-to-back, which I would have thought would be a time where that would have been one. So I've kind of been surprised by the dynamic a little bit. But it's always circled on the calendar for me. It's I guess if I could pick one, if I could only win one tournament the rest of my life, I'd pick this one for that reason. And obviously watching Rory win after giving it a try for a number of years was inspiring. You could tell he was It was a harder win than most of the time. He makes it look a lot easier. And so that obviously was on the forefront of his mind. And so something like that has not been done by many people, and there's a reason why. And but I'd love to throw my hat in the ring and give it a chance come the weekend this week.
Go next to Doug on 8, followed by Gary on 6.
When you came to a PGA and people weren't talking about the Grand Slam, did you find that insulting?
Not really, no. Because the years I'm talking about, a lot of times I wasn't in very good form, and if you're not in very good form coming to a major, I had a chance in 2019 and I was not in form. And I was in the final group on Saturday with Brooks, and I was like, I know what it's like to have control of my game. I've played with Brooks with control of my game. I see what he's doing right now, and I don't have mine, and let's see if I can fake it these next 2 days. I feel a lot better now than, say, I did in that. But it's I'm not insulted by it. Typically there's a lot of storylines, and I feel like for so many years watching Phil's at the U.S. Open, it was some, then it wasn't some, then he wins the PGA recently, then all of a sudden it becomes a storyline again in the U.S. Open. So it just kind of bounces back and forth within the noise, I guess.
Jordan, in 17, right after the PGA here, you and I had a conversation in Dallas, and I asked you about winning this championship, and you said you thought it would be the hardest one. And you said it wasn't because of the psychological component of it being the Grand Slam. You thought it was the setups of this championship. And knowing all the events that were ahead, knowing the sites, has that opinion evolved from then to now?
Well, I think the hardest one, I believe statistically for me, if I look back at all my history of professional golf, would have been the U.S. Open, but I somehow snuck that one out. So then the PGA would be second, because the Masters and the Open play a lot more into my strengths than the other two do. So I think that's why I was saying that, because I'd already won the U.S. Open because I snuck it out on a course that's not a normal U.S. Open golf course. And so, yeah, I would say that had I won the PGA, I would have easily said the U.S. Open, and I didn't win the U.S. Open. I would have reversed that. But having been the case, I think I'm in a position now just because I have faster ball speed than I did, back then by a significant amount. It was really just kind of the driving statistic that you need at U.S. Opens and PGAs that would have, I think, held me back. So there was just going to be certain courses that, like Whistling Straits, that you could maybe get away with it, and I had a good shot there. But some of these big American golf courses with thick rough, which are typically these more PGAs are played on those than even U.S. Opens, I would have expected to be more of a challenge than the other couple majors. So I think that's nowadays. I think I'm actually maybe have because of my driver becoming a weapon more than it used to be. That leaves me in a position where I feel a little more comfortable on these courses. So having said that, you got to go out and execute. But a familiar golf course is nice. I don't feel like I have to learn where all the pins are and where the misses are and stuff. You could ask me a whole location on any green around this place right now, and I could tell you how I'm going to play the hole and where I'm going to try to hit it. So it's nice to be at a familiar place this week, and I think that's an advantage a little bit. And then the fact that it's this big slopey Bermuda, I grew up on that. So it's a good opportunity this week for sure.
Next, we'll go to Mike 7, followed by 10, and then 13.
Hey, Jordan. In Austin at the UT Golf Club, which you're very familiar with, I know there's a trophy and display case that's right there in the clubhouse. Just explain the significance of that memento to you and kind of what that means to your legacy as a Texas Longhorn.
It's very cool. I mean, I loved going out there. I spent not long enough, but a lot of days going out and working on my game out there. They have a really cool, majors trophy in the team facility as well. It's a Longhorn trophy, and it's every Longhorn that's won a major and what it was. And I think that's a pretty awesome one too. There's a very cool one at the course I grew up at Brookhaven in Dallas. So I mean, just places that are close to my heart where I learned to love the game, got better at the game. Led me to being able to play it professionally and compete at a high level. Those are a few of the most special places to me anywhere in the world, to be honest. And I love going back to UT Club when I get the chance. I'm planning on doing it, more often in the future than I've been able to the last couple of years. Kids get a little older, it'll be fun to take them and show them. And but yeah, it's a very nice thing to do. It's moved on to Scotty's more recently, and I'd love to step back in there and add to it, I guess.
Jordan, you mentioned your physical preparation up top. How does your mental preparation for a major differ from a standard tour week?
I think it's more about the golf courses than it is anything else. They're just going to present a little more of a challenge in a different way, and each major is different from the next in what that challenge is. But whether that's side to miss on the fairway that you might get away with in a PGA Tour event that you don't get away with in a major. It's just a little bit of an extra level of course management, and it's ahead of time. It's a lot of the course management preparation that's more of kind of the mental side. But the crowds are bigger, the grandstands are bigger. That over time kind of just becomes a blur. We always have huge crowds at this event. It's and a lot of amphitheater type seating here at Quail Hollow. So I don't think it'll look as different as maybe when we go to an unfamiliar place with huge, like Valhalla last year with huge setups, but we don't know the course very well. So it all just, is a big thing. This is normal for here. Things, obviously they're not triple decker, they're maybe double decker, right? The PGA, always throws in some pretty incredible grandstands, whether it be the PGA Championship or the Ryder Cup. So everything's just a little bit more heightened. But I think it's more ahead of time, and as you start to get into it, I think it's actually a little easier on the mental side, easier than it is ahead of time. It just kind of settles into more of a normal tournament. As you start to contend on the weekend, that changes. You know, you sleep a little uneasy. I mean, majors have that, you know, historical, you know, presence to them. You know, they mean more to every player that's playing this week. We'll tell you if they were going to win one of 4 tournaments, they'd probably pick one of the 4 majors. So that settles in, you know, as you work your way into contention, and then that becomes a little bit of a different animal, just sleeping a little more uneasy and anticipation. And I think it's all the off the course stuff that's harder to handle mentally than on the course.
Bob?
In the aftermath of the wrist surgery, are you now able to swing the club the way that you want to or had wanted to? And has there been any lingering effects to this point still after in the recovery?
Less and less as the year has gone on, which is great. It's hard to tell if it was preventing anything that that I could or couldn't do. So I'm not going to say that it's everything, but just the ease of not worrying about it dislocating, I guess, or subluxing, I think is the term for this specific, is really nice. I mean, I'm just off the course. I'm able to pick my kids up and throw them around, and my wrist doesn't dislocate. You can imagine that that's a good feeling. So when you're golfing, I haven't really been thinking about it over the last couple months. I wake up in the morning, I'm very aware that I had surgery. My left hand feels twice the size of my right for about a half hour every morning. And they say that stops about a year post-op. And it's getting, some days are better than others. I haven't exactly given it a lot of rest in the last few months. And I'm sure that'll help once we hit the off season. But so it's still there, very much so. I'm still aware, but I'm not worried about the same thing happening anymore, thanks to the doctors that I've had and the rehab process that I went through. It was a lot of hard work. Last fall and into the winter was physically and mentally, it was one of the hardest things that I've had to do. Just anybody who's come back from an injury, I mean, you want to be out there doing more and more and more, especially when it's not like I was top 5 in the world last year, right? So I felt like I was going to be coming from behind, and I wasn't able to do much while other guys were getting better. So it's just a hard process to be patient with, especially for me. And it tested every bit of what I could do, and I went by the book, and by the time I was able to play, I think I played well and was kind of in contention in Phoenix, and I was like, man, I'm just incredibly grateful just to be back out here doing this, because there's months where you're just going through the process wondering if or when that would happen again. So I didn't expect this year to be a ridiculous year. It's going to be something that I needed to work slowly towards with a long-term outlook, and I think it's going really well so far. And I've got a big stretch and a lot of good opportunities coming up, and a lot less distractions on it than I had last year.
Got time for a few more. Let's go up to 19, followed by 11 and 5.
Jordan, looking at the 4 major parts of the game, driving, approach, around the green, putting, if you were forced to replace one of them with any other player on tour, which of the 4 would you choose, and who would the player be?
I'd probably replace approach with Scotty. I think that probably would lend to the lowest score differential for probably most anybody. But I don't actually know how they're weighted overall for scoring average. I don't know that specifically, but that would be my short, easy answer there. I think if you're going to lead an approach at historic levels, you're going to have a chance most every week.
Thank you.
Jordan, over the last couple of years, the driving has really improved. You just called it a weapon. I'm wondering, any of the changes you've made to make that a weapon, have any of those hampered your approach play? Has there been any push-pull with the changes you've made that maybe have helped one area but hurt another?
Not necessarily. I think the longer lever and the more full shots last year were better for me with where my mechanics were off, and that would be, I was not in a place that I've played very good golf from, but because it was a longer lever, the timing was just easier hitting full shots with the driver. Not to mention, the drivers that I have now are just incredible. The improvement Titleist has made in their drivers, like the miss hits being just as fast and just as straight, I think the technology has a lot to do with it. But you're looking at strokes gained, so that's relative to everybody else having better technology too. I was just more comfortable in full hard shots, and yeah, it was coincidental that the driving was better and the approach wasn't. I mean, I wasn't mechanically sound to hit, you know, all the shots needed to have an approach game that was, you know, up there with the best of them. So pushing drive, I didn't try to become a better driver by any means. I was just it just kind of happened. And this year it feels pretty good. And luckily, I think, you know, I'm on the right path to having everything kind of follow it right behind it.
Jeff?
Jordan, just a little follow-up on the wrist and mechanics and all that. Your numbers really dropped off kind of on short approach, and then they're picking up again this year. How much do you think that was related to mechanics versus maybe almost a kind of a fear factor going after the ball?
Probably 75% mechanics, 25% fear factor. They were at their worst on any upslope faded wedge shot, and as I look back, that's just going to be, the way I play with as much shaft lean as anybody, maybe ever, or just definitely in the highest percentile. And when we played on some Zoysia last year, like even the PGA is a good example. I mean, that 9th hole last year at the PGA, I think I hit good drives all 4 days, and I think I hit one shot on the green with a wedge off an upslope off Zoysia, and I noticed it at home. We have Zoysia on a couple of the courses I play at home. You got me on an upslope Zoysia with a wedge, and I was dead. And I think that was some of the fear factor, because on that Zoysia, there's no give. It just gets stuck in the ground, and then a fade, like a low, you're trying to play it low off the upslope, trying to take spin off or something like that. But 75% mechanics for sure, at least. But there was certainly a little bit of it that I think I was dumping underneath just because of that. I just didn't want to get over and get it stuck in the ground. It's like almost like I was going to hit a root, you know.
All right, Jordan, thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
Yo.
Jon Rahm is with us now at the 107th PGA Championship. Jon, welcome to Quail Hollow, and what is your 9th PGA Championship? How are you feeling about your game coming into this week?
God, I can't believe I'm almost at a decade in majors. Goes by fast, that's all I can say. Feeling good, feeling very good. Been playing good all year. Maybe not as great as I would like. I feel like, there's some avoidable mistakes out there, but, if you keep rocking at top 10s, not having your best, I think still pretty good. And I can see my game going towards those improvements. So very hopeful, very happy to be here. This property is absolutely amazing. This golf course is amazing. Even though we've had some rain, the green somehow stayed firm. I'm sure they'll get them lightning fast for the week. So exciting for it. It's a great test of golf and a really fun one as well.
That's great. We'll open up for questions, starting up here with Jay.
You mentioned it's been a decade of majors almost. What do you know now that you didn't know when you started out?
Hard to just give you one thing, right? I feel like this. The main thing is, I think you hear people say this somewhat often, but until you actually see it or experience it, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But you always feel like to win a major, you have to play perfect, which is not true, right? I remember the RNA did this 20-minute little documentaries with Open champions, and Padraig Harrington said, I think it was at Muirfield in 02 when he played about as good as he could play and didn't win, and he got to the point where he thought he had to get lucky to win a major championship. I think that's a little bit of part of it, but at the end of the day, it's just a lot of it is, keep playing good golf, keep playing stolen golf, and take advantage of the good stretches you're going to have throughout the week. But by any means, you don't have to play perfect. It's funny, a few times I've gone back and seen reruns of some of my rounds, like both Sundays, and especially the one at the US Open. I thought I played so good, and I didn't realize how many fairways I missed and how many shots that I considered that weren't good, but did all the things right to minimize the damage, right? So it's funny, I think 9-10 years ago I was thinking I had to play my absolute best in every aspect of the game, and I think if anything, just have to have full faith in all aspects of your game and just learn how to manage the golf course that week.
We'll go to Alex on 2, followed by Mike's 20, and then 1.
John, so obviously you've had a good year, as you said, a lot of top 10s, but you haven't won. So is that more towards something in regards to your swing, or is that more a mental issue?
God, both of them can be so combined in so many different scenarios, right? I think it's a bit of both. I think sometimes it's been bad swings, and I think sometimes could be bad process or maybe just bad decisions, right? So I can't say overall it's been one or the other. It's just mistakes that either way can be avoided, because at the end of the day, any bad swing essentially comes from possibly a bad mindset at the moment, right? So it's a hard question to answer definitively.
So just to get into coming here then, what is it, if you were working on anything, what would it be that you're working on to try to be successful this week?
I think a lot of it is so circumstantial, right? Based on the course, the shot, conditions. If I had to say what I'm working on more, I think I'm slightly trying to get some bad habits out of the swing. But again, I'm seeing the progress on it and how much better it's feeling every day. So if I have to put more thought in one right now, it would be more on the swing. Not that as much though. I mean, Dave always likes to say that he has to find about 40 different ways to tell me the same 3 things about my swing, because it's usually fairly consistent. So it's just sometimes a different way of hearing and feeling something to accomplish the same thing. So.
Okay. John back here. Looking at the 4 major parts of the game, the drive, approach, around the green, putting, if you were forced to switch out one of those with any current player, which part of the game would it be, and who would be the player that you chose to switch it out for?
That would absolutely depend on the golf course and conditions we're having.
How about this week?
Oh, my God. Based on the success he's had here, you almost have to go with some part of Rory's game, right? He's done incredible here, and it's because he's good at everything, obviously. I mean, I think the obvious answer for a lot of people probably would say he's driving on this golf course, but I think as a pretty good driver myself, I'm going to choose how well he's been able to putt on those greens. I would also say if I have to go with somebody else that maybe is statistically a better putter, it's hard to go with somebody other than Xander, especially in recent years. I mean, I can rifle off about 10 different players, Scotty's iron game, or you know, quite a few guys about their wedge game. But if I have to go pick one, just because he's done so well here, I'm gonna say that how well Rory has done here, maybe on the greens and around the greens.
If I can follow up and say, what if that scenario was for your career? So even though it changes course to course, you have to just pick one, and you ride with it every tournament.
My career?
No, I'm saying if you had to answer that
Yeah,
question
yeah,
for everything, yeah.
Okay.
You just have to take it everywhere.
It's such a hard question. There's just too many players that come to mind.
Fair enough.
At this point, obviously, you have to go with all-time greats, right? You got to think of Jack, Ben Hogan, Tiger. And for me, it's hard to go away from Tiger. So if it's not somebody like Phil or Seve, short game and shot creation, it would be not that Tiger's short in that category. It has to be Tiger's putting.
Got it.
Especially clutch putting.
Thank you.
Mike?
Jon, you've only had a couple of looks at Quail Hollow, I think, in your career. Terrell finished T3 2 years ago here. Just curious if you guys chatted at all about the course. Do you guys chat much about these kind of things, especially in majors?
No, not about this one. We haven't. I actually haven't talked a lot to a lot of people. I've watched some highlights, but the course has changed so much, right? If you go back a decade, it's a completely different golf course, right? So they've also added some new tees. The last few years, I've heard there's a new tee on 9 as well, so that changes things a little bit. So I thought I was going to sneeze. So it's always hard to get an idea. But no, I haven't spoken to Terrell about it. Plus, as difficult as they can set it up for the Wells Fargo Championship in the past, for majors, it's a whole different story, right? So I would suspect that it'll be a more difficult setup this week.
Thanks.
We'll go next to Mike's 9, 8, and 15.
You mentioned the Padraig Harrington Open Championship video. Have you watched all of those?
Yeah, I think.
Do you have a favorite one or a favorite?
I haven't recently, so I don't know. If they've added a few, I haven't. I just think it's really cool to hear the stories from the older generations. Because a few of the more active ones I've been able to speak to about it, like Phil. A lot of what he says in that video, I've actually spoken to him about it, right? And I got direct from him. I think it's really cool to watch Lee Trevino's. His storytelling ability is up there, so it makes it really entertaining.
I was curious if you had a favorite takeaway that you've taken from that kind of studying.
I mean, what I mentioned about Padraig, right, is you get an insight into this player's minds. It's not always going to be applicable to what you have in mind, but you get to see how they thought. And there's always certain things that say in certain moments that is quite interesting. I think it might have been the 05 Open in St. Andrews where Tiger said, whoever played 7 through 12 the best was going to win that major, right? And I thought it was quite interesting to hear something like that when you still had 13 through 18, which with the wrong win are actually the harder holes, right? So it was interesting to hear something like that. One of the years, I forget the year that Lee speaks about him getting ready for the Open in Texas, and it was so windy in the dust, he was wearing goggles, and then they get to the tournament side, and it was dead calm for 4 days, right? It's just things that you can't really prepare for. One of the best ones that's helped me was Jack when he won in Muirfield. How he says, I think he was one back, or I forget the actual details on that, but he says how had 3 holes left, and he thought to himself, if I finish 4, 3, 4, which would have been birdie, par, par, said you win the Open. Finishes 4, 3, 4, wins the Open, right? So I thought that was quite interesting to thought, and I've thought about something like that in the past as well for myself. You know, going down the stretch or whatever it may be, you know, if we get this, we win. I think I told Terrell that on the Ryder Cup, right? I think we were playing Xander and Patrick, and we were all square on 16, and I told him 3, 3, 4, we don't lose, right? And luckily we went 3-2 and we ended up winning, but I've definitely used that in the past. It's kind of setting a target out there in your mind, and it has helped, which is not something that I thought anything of when I heard it, but then when I was on the course, it was a nice memory to have and to remember.
Jon, can you explain to us why Spaniards so often seem to be the heartbeat of the European team? Seve, Ollie, and so on, and you. And secondly, has Luke said to you, you're in my team anyway?
That's a question for Luke. It's his team, so hopefully I can qualify and we don't have to question it, but I would like to personally think that I am, but it's not up to me, is it? Now, when it comes to being the core of a team or the heartbeat of a team, it all starts with Seve. We all owe to him, right? I think he was such a unique charisma in the world of golf and sports that I think he set that baseline that then Ollie and Sergio and others have followed, right? I wouldn't know exactly why, because we're all extremely different in character. But if I had to take a guess, it's possibly the passion we play this game with and the emotion that we bring into it, right? So not that we're the only ones, but again, I think it's just kind of, we all get that from what Seve did.
Can I just pick up on the first answer? You said that's a question for Luke, but my question was to you.
I know.
Has he said to you, don't worry, you're in effect?
And you're going to have to ask Luke that same question. It's not up to me to say.
So you won't tell me whether he has?
I'm not going to say anything about that, no. Again, that's a question for Luke, the captain.
Thank you.
Keep trying, Jon. You almost have him.
Up to Dan.
Up here, over here. There's a lot of talk about career Grand Slams with Rory having done it. Jordan's got a chance this week. In your 20s, you got halfway there. Is that something that you think about? Is that a goal that you have?
Yeah, of course. I mean, only, what is it, 6 people now in history that have been able to do it? Yeah. I mean, I would love to do it. Obviously, it's not easy. And I think, obviously, it would be a lot more in my mind if I were to win a third different one, kind of like Jordan has been able to do. But as in right now, if I ever had a thought, I would focus more on quantity of majors rather than which ones, right? Obviously. In the sense of, let's say I never achieve it, I'd rather have a situation like Sir Nick Faldo, where he has 6 of 2 of them, instead of having maybe 3 different ones, right? If that makes any sense. So now if you get all 4 of them, even if you won each one once, I think it's so significant that you might take that over 6, right? So, but as in right now, I'd rather just think more about number 3, and if it happens to be the Open or the PGA, then I'll focus on a possible Grand Slam. But as in right now, I don't want to think about it too much. But yeah, of course, I think it's a goal of all of us who play the game.
And then you've spent so much time around Rory on tour in Ryder Cups. Did you ever doubt that he was going to do it?
Nah. To be honest, if that Masters in 11 had gone his way, I think he would have achieved so much more than he has already. I think it's been a very difficult hurdle to overcome. And you could see his emotion towards the end, just because his real first chance to win a major, how it went down. I understand he won the U.S. Open shortly after by a record margin, but that was every time he went to Augusta, that was in his mind. And it's funny to me, when you see Rory's game, every time I went down to Augusta National, I'm like, if there's ever a golf course that is perfect for this man, who can hit a high draw on command better than anybody else, has great hands and great touch, is him, right? And he's had so many chances. It's never easy. It's never difficult. And I would not be one bit surprised if this lifted a weight off his shoulder that could get him going on another run, right? A bit like Xander did last year, wins one and gets another one, gets in contention many times, like Scottie and many other players have done, right? So a player of his caliber, you never know.
Doug?
John, given the high skill set you have in this game, this is the one major that you really haven't, given yourself a good chance within the last back nine. Is that just, do you think, coincidence? And secondly, does this major require or ask anything of you differently than the other three?
I'm aware it's been probably the one haven't been my best at. I think my best finish was Belle Reeve, I think. And I think it's possibly because of the versatility and variability of this event. Like when you go to Augusta, you know what you're getting. Same course every year too. The U.S. Open, 9 out of 10 times you know what you're getting depending on weather. And same at the Open, right? It'll be firmer or less, but you know what you're getting. Is this championship that would change venues and drastically change the way they set it up? Like the way a Southern Hills might play to the way this week might play to the way a Bethpage might play. They're all drastically different, right? So it's possibly the difference, which is more about, okay, your game needs to be a very high level as opposed to possibly the other three that you can adjust a little bit more knowing what's coming. At that point, that's just a bit speculation. I think it's just more coincidence that I haven't played good.
So in a way, the fact that this major doesn't really have an identity is its identity.
Yeah, I mean, you get different things every time you come, right? It's very difficult to say that two of them were the same. You can have some where you go into a playoff at 5 under, and then last year where 21 under wins it, right? And then a Whistling Straits, 20, was it, what did he shoot, 19, 18? 18 under, right? No, he got 20. He got to 20, yeah, he got to 20. Yeah, because Jordan was 17. So Jason got to 20 at Whistling Straits, which even in Ryder Cup setup, I wouldn't in a million years think anybody would get to 20 under there. So it's quite interesting. And then you have a Bethpage where it's single digits again, right? So is that change? U.S. Opens, for the most part, you know what you're getting, right? And so on. So it definitely has a character of having that different character each time you come.
We'll wrap things up right here with Juan.
Ok, John, en español. Estás hablando de una década de majors, ¿no? Casi una década de majors. Casi, sí. 2017, Quail Hollow, me acuerdo, mucha pasión, alguna frustración, mucho aprendizaje. ¿Qué te acuerdas de...?
Jugué fatal esa semana. A ver, pasé el corte, pero jugué fatal. Mucho calor, muy difícil. Un campo muy, muy difícil, largo. Yo creo que hasta entonces no había jugado muchos campos como ese, ¿no? Jugué Oakmont, pero por suerte estuve un poco más blando, ¿no? Esta semana fue difícil, fue difícil. Un grande con -8, complicado ganar. No se ven muchos, ¿no? Y pues sí, la verdad que fue una experiencia, ¿no? Y sobre todo al principio de mi carrera. Yo creo que también llegué cansado ese agosto, ¿no? Jugar mucho a final de 16, a principios de 17 para clasificar main majors y tal. Y siendo final del año, yo creo que quizá llegué un poquito limitado de energía y sí, jugué mal, pero de todo se aprende.
Hablando de la década, bueno, de la otra vez, 9 años, si quieres, ¿no? En este tiempo, con algunos éxitos, ¿no? Con un poco más de dinero, ¿cómo mantienes la misma garra, la misma pasión? O sea, ¿cuál es el secreto, ¿no? Después de todo este tiempo.
No sé cómo decirlo sin ser o sin sonar poco arrogante, ¿no? Que igual siendo Bilbao tenemos esa arrogancia, ¿no? Pero es las ganas de ser el mejor. Eso no cambia, ¿no? Y hay veces que incluso cuando gano algo importante es como que le estoy metiendo leña al fuego y como que crece más, ¿no? De que lo he hecho y soy capaz de hacer más, ¿no? Así que yo creo que es algo que nunca se va a ir y siempre voy a tener las ganas de seguir luchando y es un poco eso, ¿no? El ser el competidor en mí y las ganas de seguir siendo el mejor jugador.
Y la última cosa, te lo pregunto de dos maneras, si quieres. No sé si los consejos que le darías al Jon de 2016 o cuáles son las principales cosas que has aprendido en estos 9 años, ¿no?
No, sí, me lo han preguntado en inglés, pero es que no sé cómo responderlo, ¿no? Al final, de cara a los majors, lo que me hubiese dicho a mí mismo es poco más paciencia y saber que no hay que jugar un golf perfecto, ¿no? Que hay que ir a jugar a golf con lo que tienes y hacer lo mejor que puedas, pero que no hay que jugar perfecto, no que puedes permitir fallarte. Que lo que más he aprendido es viendo igual resúmenes de los grandes que he jugado bien, incluso los que he ganado, es de ver y decir, buah, fallé mucho más golpes de lo que yo tenía en mente, ¿no? Pero esos fallos los arreglé bien y es como que los procesé como, bueno, son cosas que pasan y para adelante.
Muy bien. Yep, gracias.
Thanks for your time, John. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Two-time PGA champion Justin Thomas joins us now at the 107th PGA Championship. Justin, welcome to your 10th PGA Championship. This week marks the first PGA here since 2017 when you won your first Wanamaker Trophy. What do you remember about that week?
I mean, obviously a lot of great memories. I mean, I'd say is a little different than other majors, considering it's a venue and a course that we play yearly. You know, for the Wells Fargo, now the Tourist, so it's a tournament or it's a course that have had a lot of like a lot of us had a lot of rounds on, but there's definitely different parts of that week and especially Sunday that I'll always remember and yeah, I mean it's always very, very special to a first of anything, you know, first win and obviously a first major. So it was a very, very special week.
That's great. Thank you. We'll open up for questions, starting with Dan and then Luke.
You've had a chance to win 3 of your last 4 starts. I know that it didn't go how you wanted toward the back end of Sunday, but is it starting to feel more, I know you've won so many times, but recently, is it starting to feel more comfortable being in that position?
Definitely. I feel, especially Hilton Head, I mean, and Tampa too. I'm just more patient, I'd say. I don't feel like I'm forcing the issue as much. Just trying to trust, you know, my game and myself quite a bit more. I feel like you know, some of the events maybe earlier this year or last year where I had a chance to win, I just felt like I maybe pressed a little too much. But you know, it's we all want to win, and I'm no different. I just think sometimes you're in a better headspace than others to try and capitalize or to give yourself a chance, and I feel like that's kind of how it's been the last couple events.
And then is there something to not winning the Sunday before and having all those requirements that come after? It's like you were in contention, your game was there, but you got to come here on your own schedule?
I'd say so, but I'd sure as hell take the alternative. I would have much rather won and had to deal with being tired, if you will. I will always take that, but yeah, I do think you could argue that for sure, but like I said, I would have much rather been in Sepp's shoes and had a forced day off with that rain yesterday.
Justin, looking back to 2017, that was a special event for you with your dad out there, and what do you remember from that, just coming down the stretch on 18, and then does that carry over to this year, having won the last time it was here?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, it was 8 years ago. It was a completely different golf course. It was Bermuda in August versus, you know, Overseed in May. And as much as I'd like to say yes, I think that's a bit of a stretch. But I mean, the fact I know the golf course and have had, you know, I feel like some success on it is definitely helpful. But in terms of 2017 and remembering Sunday, it was a lot of great memories. I mean, I'll never forget walking up 18. You know, after I'd hit my second shot in the right rough, and I think Kiz had just bogeyed 17 maybe to have a 3-shot lead, and I felt pretty comfortable I could get it in the house at that point. And yeah, just walking up that 18th to, you know, people chanting my name and looking at the leaderboard and kind of realizing that, you know, I was about to win this. It was a really, really cool feeling.
Luke on 6.
JT, you've been so good with your scoring wedges for so long. I'm just wondering what your process is for dialing in like a 50-yard shot versus a 60-yard shot. Like, how are you doing it?
I do it all feel. I'm not a clock system guy. I've never necessarily been that. It's really just a lot of practice and muscle memory. Is I'd say I mean, obviously you've been doing it my whole life, but let alone the last, call it 5-10 years, and a lot of work with TrackMan and just I mean, my thought and feel has always been to just feel like I'm almost taking it back as short as I can to hit it that distance. So I feel like I have the same type of acceleration through all of my shots, and that just comes with a lot of time and practice and repetition. To just kind of trust that I know if I'm hitting at 80 yards, like I couldn't tell you where it is, but I just try and do it and feel that. That's really it.
And how much time are you devoting to practicing that specific area, like this week, for instance?
Quite a bit. I'd say, I mean, this week's a little different, I would say, than like last week. I mean, the majority of my warm-up most weeks is wedges. When I'm home, definitely more wedges if I'm not working on technical stuff. But, you know, this week's going to be a lot more mid-irons on the course and long irons. So I won't necessarily, you know, grind a lot on wedges in my warm-up and try to hit numbers like last week where, you know, on a day like Thursday, we're hitting a wedge into arguably every hole. So, but it's just something that's important because the stress it takes off your game if it's in a good place. You know, if I don't hit a good drive or, you know, if I need to lay up on a par 5, something where I don't feel like I need to force the issue on my second shot because I know if I get it to a decent number, I can get it up and down and move on.
Go next up to Jay, followed by Mike's 3 and then 7.
JT, the easy wisdom is that if you've won at a place before, then automatically you're going to be more comfortable at it, whether it's you here or Rory here. For you specifically, though, do you feel more comfortable at a location where you've had victory before? What does that do for your mental state coming in?
Definitely. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to have success at courses multiple times in my career. You know, won a couple times at Kapalua, CIMB, CJ Cup, just at places that I feel like there's something about it. I think that if you're able to get yourself in contention again, obviously it's going to differ of who is there, but I will always be able to say, is if I'm coming down the stretch and trying to win the tournament, is I can tell myself I've literally done this before here, and I know it's something it's kind of bizarre to that just something saying like that or something like that in your mind can be very helpful, but it is. Because you know, I've hit the shots, I've made the putts, I've handled all of that mentally on this exact golf course and this exact tournament. So I think it's something that can be helpful and able to fall back on if I need, type thing.
Mark?
Hey, Justin. Just curious for the success you had, as successful as you were, and to go through that stretch, those couple of years where you're searching and whatnot, and you're not getting the results out of it. How difficult was that run for you, and how gratifying is it that you have these feels back again where you're in contention and you feel like you can do it?
It obviously was frustrating. I mean, I wouldn't say it probably wasn't quite as long as maybe it appeared. I mean, I felt like there at the end of, was it 2023? You know, when my year I didn't play very well, I felt like at the end of that year I started to play some decent golf and was, you know, working on the right track. So, you know, it wasn't like it was something, it was a couple year process. I think it's good for you in the long term. It doesn't seem like it when it's happening, and I obviously would have much rather not had a poor year than have one, but I learned a lot from it. I mean, I feel like it's something that you unfortunately have to go through some stuff like that and maybe make some wrong decisions or chase some things that you don't need to figure out down the road that you don't need to do that anymore or again. So it's, yeah, there is something satisfying of kind of, I guess, figuring it out, if you will, but just a part of this game.
Just as a quick follow, do you feel better now than you were with your game and everything around you than you did even when you were winning earlier?
It's tough to say. I mean, it's, I think that the thing you have when you're young is not that I don't have any fear now, but you just, I mean, I was very fortunate to have success at a young age, but when you're 23, 24 years old, I mean, it's just like, you know, what you don't have anything else to think about or to have to worry about. You don't have any scar tissue, you don't have any, you know, experience. It's just like, hey, you know, the PGA that I played here in 17, like it was just my third PGA I've ever played in. So it's, you know, the only real time I had a chance to win, I was in the final group at Erin Hills earlier that year. So it's like, it's just earlier in your career, it's a different, it's similar mindset of obviously we want to win, we have a lot of fire and we work hard, but it's a different kind of thing. But I mean, I feel great about my game. I would like to think and hope I'm a more mature person and golfer. But you know, I don't think it's fair to play the comparison game, and I just, you know, I believe and I hope, but firmly believe that, you know, some of my best is still ahead of me, and I know that I have that in there. I just have to kind of, you know, go find it and prove it.
JT, I know you're a big iPhone Notes app guy. Regarding your annual goals specifically, I'm curious, with a course that you've been to several times and had a lot of history at and success, do you actually have a physical note in your phone for Quail Hollow, or are you just going straight off great memories here?
For this event? No, I don't do anything for specific events. Just, kind of a year as a whole type thing.
And what's your early impressions of what you've seen of the course and how it's changed over the years so far?
I haven't been out yet, so I'm not sure. But I mean, knowing this place, the Wells Fargo and past has always been, the week prior to this, so it'll be very, very similar. I'm sure the rough will just be longer, and it'll be the greens will be a little firmer and faster. But that's the one thing about this place. I feel like you kind of always know relatively what you're going to get, and it's just figuring out how the golf course is playing and then going from there type thing. But by the looks of it, it's pristine as always, and will be a great test.
Justin, Rory has played extremely well here over the years. I'm not sure how many times you've had a chance to play with him here, but why does he? Do you feel like he plays here? What is it about this course, the setup, that he plays well here?
I mean, first and foremost, he's really, really good at golf, so that definitely helps. I would argue he's the best driver of the ball I've ever seen, and that is extremely important here. But I think his shot shape, I think this golf course fits a high draw really, really well. There's a lot of tee shots, whether it's holding fairways or fitting dog legs, taking bunkers out of play, whatever it is. And then, I mean, he just has, when he's on, he has such control with that driver. It seems like he can hit it, in a window and an area that some guys are trying to hit short irons. And, I mean, that's a tremendous advantage or threat at any golf course, but I feel like a place like this where it doesn't necessarily require a lot of thought or strategy off the tee. It's generally, pulling out driver, and I need to hit this as far and straight as possible. And he's really, really good at that. So I think, that's something, like I said, is an advantage at any golf course, but I think just the shot shape and that is a good combination.
We'll take a few more. Let's go to 9, 17, and then 19, please.
On Sunday night, we get your very, very immediate thoughts on how the tournament finished, but is there any element the last 2 days of going back and watching like the game tape to have some different takeaway arise from kind of how it went down?
Of this past week?
Yeah.
I'd say so. I mean, I like to. I watch, highlights of myself of that round basically after every single day. I mean, I want to, if I can just pick up on one little thing and learn, one little thing, or maybe there's, man, I really hit this drive well on number 7. Like, I'd love to go back and see if I can pick up anything on that, or maybe I hit this shot bad on this one, and you're not always going to see the camera angles you want, or it's not going to maybe get everything that you want, but it is helpful for me. I mean, it's more of like I feel like I can kind of, if I'm watching golf, that a replay that I'm in, I can kind of see my body language and kind of see how I look, and that's generally a pretty telltale sign for me. So that's something that, I'll watch sometimes. I'm not necessarily going to fret over it or try to dive into it as much as humanly possible, but it is something that if I could choose, I would like to see, yeah.
Did you learn anything from Sunday, from what you watched?
I didn't necessarily need to see anything. I mean, I was very, very comfortable and felt like I did a great job all day. 16 was the only thing I was a little upset with myself. I felt like after not birdieing 15, and I felt like they were both going to birdie 15, I just felt like I pushed that a little. I mentally was like, I need to make birdie here on 16, and unfortunately, those last 3 holes were all very difficult, but I couldn't make 4. That was the thing. A birdie would have been helpful, but I absolutely could not make 4, and I don't know if you could have walked up there and put it really in a worse place than I hit it. So that was the only thing I was upset with myself, is that I was so patient and kind of stuck to my game plan and picked my spots all day, and then I made just a little bit of an emotional decision of trying to take on a tough pin from 220 yards. Because I felt like I needed to, as opposed to just kind of letting it play out type thing.
Up top to Shane.
Justin, looking at the major parts of the game, driving, approach, putting around the green, if you were forced to trade one of those parts of the game in with anyone who's currently playing, what part of the game would it be, and who would you trade it with?
I mean, I'd go with either Rory or Scotty in their driver. Yeah.
Driving?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Great. Wrap it up at 19 with Ryan, and then Doug on 20, please.
Listen, just curious, how much are you fueled by competitive jealousy, whether it's Scotty last year, or Rory taking off the slam, like a desire to want to remind folks that you're one of the best of your generation too?
A lot. It's I remember that a lot from my first couple years on tour and Jordan having a lot of success and playing well, and it is. I mean, over the course of your career, you're obviously it's not like when you're in college and you have someone that turns pro early and they're winning tour events and you're like, I've beaten him before, or kind of thing. It's like we obviously all beat each other quite often, but it's I have a lot of faith and a lot of ability or trust in my ability and feel like I have confidence and I feel like what I can do. So I told Jill after watching the Masters, it was like, of course, and obviously I knew I've always wanted to win the Grand Slam, want to win all the majors. But for some reason, like watching somebody do it firsthand, it reminded me almost of like, damn, yeah, I forgot. I really do want to do that. Kind of, it's weird. It's something I think all of us, some sort of certain people maybe hit us a little different ways in terms of jealousy or drive or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, anytime someone wins that isn't me, that I'm, if it's a friend, I'm obviously happy for him, but there's always going to be a part of me that's jealous and wishes it was me. I think you'd be kind of crazy to say otherwise.
Justin, you think of places like Oakmont next month or Wingfoot, kind of those classic U.S. Open courses. What do you think of for the PGA Championship? Is there is there one course that would be described as a typical PGA Championship course, quintessential one, or is there not?
It's a good question, but I don't think that there is. And I think that's what's kind of cool and unique about this event. I think that all the tournaments have an identity, and I think for at least the U.S. Open has seemed to, I shouldn't say that before, Oakmont has seemed to change a little bit of like, don't want anybody under par type thing, but I think Oakmont will take care of that on itself. But I think Kerry Haig does an unbelievable job of setting up golf courses in the sense of he doesn't try to do anything more than what he has. He's going to obviously give us a good test. He's going to understand that we're going to have, years like Belle Reve that are very soft and, it's going to be a birdie fest. And then we're going to go to places like Bethpage that are difficult, or we're going to go to places like, Oak Hill or here. Like it's just, he's treating each of them individually. And the goal isn't to try to set up a golf course to produce something in particular. I just think I want to set up a fair golf course and test to show who the best golfer is this week. And I think it's something that's very underrated, but I really do think he does an unbelievable job. And it is kind of unique and cool that the PGA seems to do that. It's people can say what they want about Valhalla. I mean, obviously I'm biased being from Louisville, but they've produced some pretty damn good championships over the years, and they did the same last year. And it's just all about getting the deserving, fitting winner, and I feel like, this tournament seems to do that for the most part.
It's Louisville.
Thanks for your time, Justin. We appreciate it.
Testing. Testing. Can you hear me? Alan, is this on? Testing. Working very good. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being with us at the PGA Championship this week. Before the strongest field tees off on Thursday morning at 7 o'clock, we want to make sure you get some quality time with the PGA of America leadership, which would be PGA of America President Don Ray, PGA of America CEO Derek Sprague, and Chief Championships Officer Kerry Haig. Don, let's go ahead and begin with you. You were here at Quail Hollow 8 years ago as a PGA of America board member at the time. What do you remember about that moment?
Well, one, it's a big world, right? I'm at a little golf course in Mesa, Arizona, and all of a sudden I'm at a major championship as a board member. And then I also learned how close the family is. You know, when JT is the son and the grandson of a PGA professional, that just means something. And it just all of a sudden made a major championship all about community and the PGA of America, which I thought was amazing. And then, no doubt, the hug from Mike, you know, after JT won, it was a memory I'll never forget. And the fist bump, which, by the way, my phone was blowing up because everybody was texting me, did you just really fist bump JT when he was done winning the championship? I said, I did. And that was cool.
Nice. So speaking of PGA of America golf professionals, there are 20 individuals in this field, which makes this championship rather unique.
Yeah. Well, I think our Corebridge Financial team of 20 it's unique for the right reasons. You know, we've got 20 PGA professionals here who love to play this game, and they play it at a high level. I mean, Tyler Collett, you know, it's amazing. He wins the PPC, and now he's here playing in a major championship. And we could talk about Michael Block. I mean, he's amazing. This is his 7th one. Bob Sowards, this is his 12th. I thought he was old until I found out I'm older than him. He's 56. I'm 58. But there's a story, you know, Eric Steger, I think, is a great story about his dad. I'm sure you guys have seen that. But Golf Digest did something about Roop Taylor. Roop Taylor is, I think, the essence of a PGA golf professional. He had a horrible situation happen to him, but he turned it around. And he's married, he's got a young family, and he's playing in a major championship. If that isn't the essence of the PGA Championship, I don't know what is. But by the way, this is still the strongest field in golf. 99 out of the top 100 players are here. If you're going to be the best, you have to beat the best. And I think everybody's asking about, you know, who we are and what we do. Well, I know what the 31,000 do, but rest assured, when you have 99 out of the top 100, when you have the variety of golf courses that we provide on a yearly basis, and then knowing that we have the strongest field and you have to be the best to beat the best, I think we're in a perfect spot, and that's why I love this championship.
Thanks, Don. We'll come back to you in a second. Derek, you made the big move to Texas, and you've been on the job now for about 6 months. There's been a lot of news in the golf industry just simply in 2025. What are you spending most of your time on now?
Well, everything's bigger in Dallas and Frisco, where our headquarters is, and glad to be out there. I hit the ground running at the PGA show, which really was incredible, just the amount of momentum that we saw at the show, just the buzz from 2024, our PGA professionals in the center of the surge in this game since the pandemic. And then to look forward, and we had all our PGA member championships just coming off our PPC, as Don just referenced, and our amateur events like our PGA Works that we just had at Kohler, Wisconsin. And now we're focused on our spectator championships, right? So this week, the PGA Championship, and we go right up to Congressional for the seniors, and then our women's right at our home in Frisco, Texas, our KPMG Women's PGA Championship, and the Ryder Cup this fall. So been focusing on our PGA members and all the great work they're doing around the country, but also focusing on our spectator championships that brings just joy to millions of fans across the world.
We've had tremendous support here locally from our friends here at Quail Hollow, haven't we?
Yes, we sure have. You know, when we look at championship sites, you referenced some, Don. I mean, we look for great partnerships. And, you know, I think everybody here knows Johnny Harris and the Quail Hollow family. Just, you know, Johnny and John O. as the general chair this year. His son does a great job. And Tom DeLozier, the GM, we've known for years. And then Scott Davenport. You know, I've known Scott a long time. Great PGA professional here at Quail Hollow for a long time. And, you know, those are the people that we want to partner with, people that, and you'll hear in Kerry's comments, that really want to improve everything that they do here day in and day out and championship after championship. And after our 17 PGA Championship, they made renovations here to just get better, right? And so we're going to see that on display, full display this week, and we couldn't do it without Johnny Harris and the Quail Hollow family. And I just want to touch on the business community here in Charlotte. I mean, they come out in droves here for major golf. And we're seeing that here with our corporate sales have been off the charts here, which is excellent. And we're going to have fairways filled with fans out there just watching big-time golf here. So, and we got the best setup guy in the game, Kerry Haig here, that's going to create drama for us coming down the stretch.
Derek, I think you also might want to share some news, speaking of future PGA Championship.
Yeah, talking about, certain, venues, if you will, and certain communities. We're going to be going to Southern Hills Country Club in 2032. The Tulsa community loves the PGA of America and PGA Championships, and we're excited to bring it back there in 2032. As you know, we've played there 5 other times. This will be the 6th time that we've been at Southern Hills Country Club. It's just a great venue to contest the strongest field in golf, as you mentioned, Don, and we're looking forward to coming back there.
Thank you, Derek. Kerry, you are back for your 2nd PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow. A few questions for you, if you don't mind. How does the course look right now after the rain? When was the last time you remember having to say no to spectators on a Monday of a PGA Championship week? And what's in store for the players?
Lots of questions there, Julius. Quail Hollow, what can I say? It's great to be back. It is a stunning venue. And as Derek mentioned, Johnny and Jono have the same sort of pride and ethics that we do at the PGA of America. We want this to be the very best golf course, the very best championship, to help identify the very best player here this week. And I'm so proud of what our team have built out here. It looks stunning. Now the sun is shining on it. And in particular, Keith Wood, the superintendent, and his team have done an incredible job to prepare. The playing surfaces here are as good as any I think we've ever been on and played on. The greens are beautiful. 3+ inches of rain, and Keith's out there already. We're trying to get on the fairways to be able to mow them. Obviously, we haven't been able to mow since the rain started on Friday, so but Keith's out there, his team are out there. They're doing an incredible job. And if weather permits, we're hoping Thursday will be stunning. As Derek said, full of people, but the golf course is a wonderful golf course that will test the best players, and I can't wait for that to happen.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Kerry. Don, before we go to Q&A, I know you wanted to recognize a special anniversary that we're celebrating.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Julius. PJ Reach Foundation, that's our C3. Everybody asks about what the money is. We want to talk about what the money does, and that's what PGA Reach Foundation is. Yesterday was the 10th anniversary of PGA Hope. That's that program that we have a deal with the VA, where golf turns into something that's recreational to rehabilitative. We're getting veterans on the golf course. The suicide rate's 26 a day. PGA Hope, yeah, we do a lot of things that change lives, but this is something that saves lives. And yesterday, you might not know this, but the governor proclaimed that May 12th would be PGA Hope Day in the state of North Carolina. We're very grateful for that, and it brings some light to what PGA Hope does. 50,000 veterans we've served over the last 10 years. And yesterday was the Veterans Major. You might not know that. But at Carmel Country Club, the Secretary's Cup, with 12 teams from across this nation of veterans playing in a scramble format, they competed for the Secretary's Cup, and North Florida won. But those veterans, they celebrated being that winning team, Julius. But all 48 celebrated being a part of PGA Hope, and we're very proud of that.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, happy to open the floor to questions. If you have a question, raise your hand, and we'll get your question. Mr. Shackelford, Mike 10.
Gentlemen, this is probably for Don, and Derek is both having a lot of involvement over the years with the PGA Tour, and they're armed with a whole bunch of money. Have there been any discussions or would you entertain discussions about their investment with their new private equity money into the Ryder Cup or the PGA Championship?
Well, first of all, Jeff, we talk to the Tour all the time. We're great partners with them. They partner with our sections, our qualifiers. We do, shot link here. And in regards to the Ryder Cup and the PGA Championship, we haven't had any specific conversations about investment or sales or any of that. But we work with them closely on the Ryder Cup. As you probably know, we share our media rights with them, and their players are playing here this week, so we want to make sure we're good partners with them.
Can I follow up just a little bit? You know, what they do for our 41 sections, right? I mean, where the rubber meets the road with the PGA of America and our 31,000 are the 41 sections. And the tour helps us provide money down to those sections so we can grow the game and serve the members. So, and don't forget, every PGA Tour member is a member of the PGA of America, so I'm their president too. So why wouldn't we talk to them on a daily basis? We're all trying to grow the game together.
Mike 14, Doug.
Kerry, I had 2 questions about today and September. What exactly, when you come to a PGA Championship site, what are you trying to accomplish when you set up the course?
Every PGA Championship, we challenge all of our staff to make this one the greatest championship we've ever held.
By doing what?
Making it so that you, the media, enjoy it, the players enjoy it, the caddies enjoy it, spectators enjoy it, and the TV viewers enjoy it.
All right, I need to be more clear. I wasn't talking about our parking. I was thinking more about the golf course. Exactly what kind of test are you trying to present, and how do you go about it?
We look at each golf course, obviously each a different architect, so 2 or 3 years prior, we look at the golf course and see how it is we would like it to play and test the best players in the world. So in this case, there has been some history with the number of events in 2017 when we played, so we do know what took place then, but now we're playing it in May versus August. So the overseed sort of changed a little bit of how it will play. But no, it's a beautiful golf course. It's a great challenge. We try and set the rough up so that players can play, but you've got to, there's a penalty if you do go in there. And, set it up, the tees, and there's some wonderful short par 4s that you have opportunities, some long par 3s, and, that is what setting up a golf course is. There's so many aspects to it. Let's try and bring out the very best in all of those on a magnificent golf course.
And lastly, is the rough dense enough to be a real penalty?
The rough was cut on Saturday at 2 3/4 inches, and we've had 3 inches of rain since, and likely probably will not be cut again because of the rain.
Microphone 12.
Yeah. Hey, this question's for Derek. Back in January, you'd mentioned that golf should hit pause on the rollback and bring the key stakeholders and the governing bodies together to the table to have a conversation. Just wondering if your stance is still the same and if there's been any progress on any meetings since
Yeah,
then.
there's no change in our stance. We're certainly vehemently against the ball rollback. And we've had great conversations with the governing bodies since that point. We've had several constructive and collaborative meetings, probably a number of times, 3, 4 times. And so I feel really good about where we are with them, and we're going to continue to collaborate on the proposed rollback.
Have there been any additional meetings since your conversations with the governing bodies on kind of where the PGA stands on the rollback versus?
They're clear where I stand, or where we stand for sure. But yeah, I talk really almost monthly now with the governing bodies, and we're working, to really take a deep dive on the rollback and make sure it's the right thing. And we're really concerned about the 28 million golfers in this country, right? And since I took that stance back in January, a number of people have reached out, a number of amateur golfers, recreational golfers have reached out and have the same concerns that we do, and they're thanking us for pushing this issue to make sure that it's well thought out, and if we can hit the pause button or change it altogether, that's our goal.
I think if I could follow up a little bit, being at a small course, it's all about the recreational golfer, right? There's 28.1 million, as you said, 47.2 on and off the golf course. The thing I'm most excited about what's happening now is this collaborative approach. The recreational game is closer now than ever before. The owners, the superintendents, the club managers, the architects, the builders, we're all meeting now and talking about what's the impact on recreational golf for this. And I think we almost have an obligation to talk to everybody who's involved in golf, the tour, the USGA, RNA, all of them, and say, hey, this is what we're hearing. We're hearing that people are a little worried. And this game is booming, right? Families are playing together like never before. And I'm telling you, if there's one print on this, it's that we are leading the most collaborative approach to this discussion that's ever started before that I can ever remember. Right. The meetings are happening all the time. At Augusta, that's all we talked about with Fred Perpall and Mike. And and Jay and everybody else who's a stakeholder in this game, Guy Kennings, right? This is a global matter in our opinion. So it's really cool. You know, I don't think, I've been on the board for 4 years and I've been an officer for 4, and this collaborative approach is amazing. And it makes me, it fills my heart to know that we are rallying around recreational golf, which is really what drives the engine of everything that we're sitting in right now.
Front row on mic 1.
One basic update question. Do you expect, or have Thursday and Sunday already sold out? I know those were the last 2 days where tickets remaining. And then for Kerry, since you obviously were here in 2017, Doug was asking you about the course and its demands. I'm curious about the rest of Quail Hollow, the hospitality, the back of house. How does everything set up and work together now compared to when you were first here in 2017?
Yeah, I'll take the ticket one. Yeah, we have very limited tickets, so don't make it sound like the fairways are going to be empty here. The business community, Johnny rallied the business community here in Charlotte, and his son did as well. So, corporate hospitality here is really thriving and robust. And like I said, limited tickets on Wednesday and Sunday, and the fairways would be full of fans out there. Nothing to be concerned about.
Yeah, and with regards to the infrastructure and the hospitality, to my point earlier, Quail Hollow, Johnny Harris and the club continue to invest in their golf course and build more roads, wider roads that can service the hospitality. They're a venue that want to host major championship golf, and they do it in a first-class manner. We're proud to be part of it and work with them, and it allows us to build some of the most dramatic hospitality units we have ever built. There are more double-decker units here than we have ever built. And we're proud of that, and those people in them will have the greatest view of golf. And the spectators, it is a wonderful viewing golf course, a lot of great views, panoramic views across the lake. I'm so excited, I wish it was starting tomorrow.
Thank you. Mike 13, Adam.
Kerry, how would a golf ball rollback change the way you would set up the golf course?
What's it going to be? We don't know. We will adapt to whatever the rules
They've
are.
said what they want it to be.
Sorry?
They have said what they plan for it to be as of now.
We would set the golf course up as fairly and to test the best players in the world, just as we always do.
Don, what's your vision for what should happen with equipment?
I just want golf to win. Everybody sometimes says, what's the PGA win in this? And it's not a PGA win. It's the win for the golfer. I mean, once again, it's the game. I think that we're representing the 31,000 that talked to the 28.1 million. Now, whatever happens to this collaborative approach, it's going to happen over the next 6 to 8 to a year. I don't know what's going to happen, but I assure you, when this is all done, we're going to stand arm in arm and say, this is the decision and this is what we're moving forward. That might change a little bit to where it sits now. I don't know yet. And I don't want to damage those future discussions, right? I mean, the relationships we have now are stronger than they've ever been. So let's see what happens when we get down there. But what I like is the spirit of the conversation now. No one's telling us. We're talking together. And people are now listening, not to respond, they're listening to learn. And I think that's the most encouraging aspect of all the discussions that are going on right now. So we'll see what happens.
Alex on mic 3.
Yeah, this is for Derek and Don. So you mentioned the 30,000 PGA professionals and the 28.1 people that are playing, 42 point whatever that are a lot of numbers. And you advocate representing those players and those members. So my question is considering our business, meaning the golf business, is mostly where manufacturing is done outside the United States, where is the PGA of America on tariffs, and how are you advocating for that?
Yeah, I'd say we have no official stance on tariffs, but we did hear that loudly and clearly at the Masters. That's when sort of all the news broke, and a lot of the manufacturers were coming up to us saying that's going to impact the consumers, right? Because one, there may be supply chain issues. There's going to be increase in costs and whatnot. But I think that question, Alex, is more for the manufacturers than us.
Yeah, I think we a lot of our golf professionals own shops. But we don't get into legislation. We just pivot and make the best of it. And that's what PGA Professional's been doing for 100 years. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know that you might not see it in a press release, but we call Titleist, we call TaylorMade, we call Acushnet, Xerxon, we call them all and say, how you doing? And what's this impact going to be on our golf professionals? What can we do to help? And I think that's what we're always been about. And So I don't know what's going to happen with the tariffs. What I do know, it's bringing us closer to the manufacturers and those that run the golf shops across the nation.
Well, and so I guess the question is, what can you do to help?
I think educate our golf professionals, which we do on a daily basis, talk to the manufacturers, and after that, we have to encourage them to state their case. And like I said, we're not in a political association, we're a trade association of 31,000 men and women. We'll pivot and we'll make the most of it, whatever happens. And I think that'll be for the good of the game.
Microphone 9, please.
For Derek, you mentioned in January that you had some early discussions with Scott O'Neill, Liv's new CEO. I'm curious what those discussions have been like over the last 4 months, and if there are any plans to, I know he's on site this week, to meet with him this week and kind of talk about what the future of the game might look like.
Yeah, those were just more of an introduction, to meet him. I had heard and read about him from many of you folks in this room, and so I met with him for the first time at Augusta, and just to introduce myself, and certainly he's still looking. It's been reported lately on official world golf rankings. I sit on that board, and he's encouraged to submit an application, for the board to review. But other than that, I have nothing else to report. So,
Jimmy, mic 3.
Kerry, what's your biggest challenge for the rest of the week?
The weather. Hopefully we can get some dry weather, and I think it's always a challenge. You always want good weather for your championships, and it sounds like we have some warmer weather coming. 85, high 80s. Thursday, Friday is currently projected, and hopefully avoid the isolated thunderstorms that could potentially come when you have that kind of heat.
And just a quick follow-up. Do you have, over the years with players, with the competitors, have you noticed an increase in their interest in how you should be doing your job? And have your conversations with players over the years changed?
To be honest, I don't see that much of the players during the week at all. I'm always out ahead of when they play and after they've finished. And it's not my job to be talking with them. They've got their job to do, I've got my job to do, and that's how I've worked for 35 years. And certainly if I pass by and say hi, that's great, but my job is focused on the golf course.
Microphone number 7.
Derek, just a question. What's the different perspective from being president to being CEO? And then I have 2 other questions for the other 2 gentlemen.
Yeah, so I think it's been an interesting, viewpoint, and I find myself with the officers, like sometimes I say I'm putting on a past president hat here, and this is some historical perspective of our organization, and then sometimes I'm reining them in and saying, hey, as your CEO, I think we got to go this way or that way. But I really have enjoyed it. We're a complex organization, right? 30,000+ members across this country and some around the world. We've got a few hundred that work outside the boundaries of the United States, and making sure that I build their trust as well as the trust of the officers. And we got a 22-person board and then 300+ employees right now across the country. Really, we have career consultants and player engagement folks and recruiting folks around the country. So that's my CEO role, but then I get in the boardroom. Sometimes I catch myself not making a motion, like, oh, I'm not the board member anymore, I'm the CEO. So it's been a great start, I believe. That'd probably be a better question for Don and the officers here. So.
To Kerry, just a question. What's difference between a tour setup and a PGA Championship setup?
I can only speak for the PGA Championship setup, and I do what I do, and don't want to be part of the story other than just set up a great test for the best players in the world. And that's what I hope to continue to try and do.
And last question to the president. As you see the golf ball debate evolving, what's the biggest challenge now on the radar screen?
Challenge, one I didn't mention is the PGA World Alliance, right? I mean, that's a whole bunch of collection of PGAs globally, PGA Sweden, PGA Great Britain and Ireland, representing 66,000 PGA professionals globally. I don't see anything as a challenge. To be honest with you, the way the conversations are going, if I approached any of those conversations like, oh, this is going to be a challenge, that'd be an unfair way to do it, because I don't see that. I'm telling you from my heart, all these conversations that we've had over the past
3
months have been nothing but productive, nothing but collaborative. And we're all listening to each other to learn. Once again, I fall back on that. And yeah, there's no really challenges here. I think it's all of us just understanding the impact of any decision that's made that's going to affect all 100% of the golfers, whether it's the 1% that play professionally or the 99% that just play recreationally. And I'm excited for those discussions. I really am. There's no challenges there. It's just about us understanding our blind spots and then moving forward and making sure for the good of the game, we make a decision that makes everybody happy.
Back row 16.
Hey, Derek, can you just share a little bit more detail about what went into the decision to offer special invitations to the several Live Golf members that weren't otherwise qualified for the PGA Championship?
Yeah, well, again, that's probably more for Kerry to handle. But again, it's about having the strongest field in golf. And
Yeah, I'm happy to answer it. Just as we have for many years, we look at every tour that's playing worldwide golf and try and identify the best players from those respective tours. And when we do that, we certainly look at points lists or money lists or rankings and, identify who we think are the better players. The committee meets and talks about whether or not we should offer them invites, and which is why I think through that process we were able to get worldwide players from various tours. We use the federation rankings. The top 4 from the federation rankings are playing this week, as well as Live, as well as the other countries. So it's a worldwide field. That's why we feel it's the strongest field in golf, because of that process where we look at all the different tours and try and include and invite those best players.
Thanks.
Over here, Mike, 8-1.
So over the last few years and looking into the future, we see the PGA Championship growing every year in terms of hospitality, in terms of audience, spectators, and we're looking at Aronimik next year, I think, and it's looking like that. So how much is due to the general growth of golf, and how much is due to the work of the PGA of America?
One's better off asking.
it's a good question. I mean, I think it's a combination, right? There's more people playing the game today than there were 6 years ago, right? Pre-pandemic. That seems to be the dividing line. And as Don has always eloquently said, is that, we're creating fans for the sport. So I think as you have more people playing the game, participating in the game, you get more people attending majors like the PGA Championship. And really, I think that's where the fans are today, right?
Well, I think, golf was always about swing, stance, and score. And now it's about who you're playing golf with and getting off the grid and a grandfather and a grandson or granddaughter spending time together. When we talk about the 47.2 million that play on and off a golf course, that's powerful because those are all potential golfers. And so screen golf, top tracer, whatever it might be, what it's doing is introducing our game. I mean, I think we invented social distancing, right? I mean, basically 4 people play every 9 minutes. And now it's, it's good for your mental health. It's good for your physical health. It's good for your family health. I think people are starting to discover that, and that's the hook now. And I think we were just kind of packaging golf the wrong way. There's a time to get away from people. But it's actually the best thing to do with people. And I think that's why you see a lot of people. Walk around, you'll see all the families, and they got their kids' hands. They're pushing strollers at a golf tournament. That's a good thing. And I think that's absolutely on behalf of the 31,000 that, we're basically the first responders of golf. We're out there every day on those tee boxes, pushing tees into the ground, planting seeds of golf at people. And this is a culmination of our efforts, is everything you see out there, and we're very proud of that.
Yeah, I just want to add, our growth of the game, that's our mission is to serve our members and grow the game. When you look at programs like Drive, Chip, and Putt that were just coming off last month, right, and thousands of kids participate in that around the country. And then when you look at our PGA Junior League that we started 10 years ago, we got over 77,000 of those kids playing the game now in a social setting. I remember when I was president back then saying that, it's not going to be too long in the distant future that we're going to have Ryder Cup participants that played in PGA Junior League, and that'll be a great story for everybody here to sort of see how that team concept has grown. And then we're just coming off the PGA Works at Kohler, Wisconsin, when we're making the game of golf look more like America and getting those folks from diverse backgrounds into the sport. That all has contributed to more eyeballs on the PGA of America and the PGA Championship.
Looks like we might have a final question on mic number 13.
Don, what is your personal opinion on bifurcation?
What's my personal opinion on it? There is no personal opinion. I'm the president of the PGA of America, right? I've got 31,000 members that are listening to my every word, and I'm proud to represent them. You know what I think? it's all part of I know where you're going, but these conversations that we're having, bifurcation was taken off the table. So I'm not talking about that now. What we're talking about is 2028 and 2030 and the impact on recreational golf. And so I don't think that's.
You said you'd want it to be a win for
Yes.
everybody, and wouldn't it work that way?
Bifurcation?
Yeah.
In my opinion, as the president of the PGA of America, I think, one of the cool things is when a PGA professional is teaching a young man or young woman who wants a D1 scholarship. And it's really vital that they're playing with the same ball that they're going to play in D1 or maybe on the tour someday. And so when I think about what I've done on the range at Augusta Ranch Golf Club when I'm training up these kids, I want to make sure that the range ball they're hitting is close to the ball that they're going to play, which is close to the ball they're going to play in D1 and on the tour someday. And so for that reason, it's hard for me to understand bifurcation, how it's good for something that only our game features, which is the ability to say, I'm going to play that golf course with this ball just like my heroes, just like my dad. And that's, I think, is the coolness of our game right now, and I don't want to see that taken away. I was very happy when the USGA took that off the table. I thought that was a great win for the PGA of America. We expressed that would be a little difficult, and what did they do? They answered our request, and they took it off the table. So I thought that was an initial win years ago, and it continues to bring it back now. Why? We already talked about that, and that's the future discussions. We're not talking about that at all. We're talking about the impact on the game that everyone in this room plays, and that's what excites us.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for joining us, and have a wonderful rest of your week.
All right, 2011 PGA champion and 2025 U.S. Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley is with us now at the 107th PGA Championship. Keegan, welcome to your 15th PGA Championship. You continue to wear two hats, competing as yourself, of course, and also serving as the U.S. Ryder Cup captain. I understand you had a chance last week to gather with some potential team members. Can you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, it was amazing. It's always fun this time of year to get the guys all together under one roof, the caddies, the wives, the players, and really start to celebrate a Ryder Cup year. And it was great to see everybody there and chat with everybody, and it's just a great group of guys.
That's great. We'll open up for questions, starting right here on 7 with Alex.
Hey, Keegan. Regarding past team captains we've seen before, there are captains who kind of lean a little bit more on emotion or heart with picking and strategy for the week of. Captains like Stacey Lewis have gone more analytical in recent years. How are you balancing those two things as we lead up to the Ryder Cup?
Yeah, I think we have to see how the team takes shape here in the next couple months, but we'll definitely be using analytics to help us make the picks along with, obviously the eye test of who we think is going to be suited for Bethpage. But I think when you get down to it, they're always really tough decisions. So the more information you can get helps you with those. But we'll see how the team takes shape in the next couple months.
Up to Mike 13, please.
Keegan, in reference to dinners like you just had, I mean, how much of that is the value of that kind of based on your own experiences? Talking about, I think, you said the line 2 years ago being an outsider a little bit of like trying to cultivate that feeling so when September comes, it's not an outsider.
Yeah, I mean, we had that Ryder Cup dinner the other week, but we're working every day, every week for the guys for Bethpage. But I think it's important. I know for me as a player, I loved going to these meetings because it started to get real, like this is coming, and I really want to get on this team and try to motivate the guys to be excited to play for our captains that we have and get excited to play at Bethpage Black. And like I said, as a player, I was always just so excited to go to stuff like that because it's our dream to be on these teams, and even getting invited to a meeting like that is special because it means you're could make the team.
What's the value in getting like a Luke Clanton and something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's important. I think with the group of captains and vice captains we have, we want to make everyone feel comfortable. We're going to have an open line of communication. And, for a lot of the guys that are going to be on this team, they know these guys really well, which is a little different than the past, I think. And they feel really comfortable. I mean, they could be any given week could tee it up with these guys in a PGA Tour event.
Over to Jay on mic 2.
This is an eye test kind of question. This is an eye test sort of weekend. It's one of the most pressure-filled weekends of the year. What are you going to be looking for on Sunday afternoon if you've got some people that are in contention? What are you going to be looking for them to do?
Well, I think these majors are kind of separate guys. So you see a guy, hang in there on Sunday. It's an impressive thing, especially around a course like this. So, like I said, I'm still out there playing and trying to do my thing, but these majors there's a lot of points at stake here, and the movement on the points list it can be a lot in these events. So, you see a guy, maybe a younger guy that stands up to the pressure and can feel this is as close as we're going to get to Bethpage, and that the pressure on Sunday is a lot in a major, and you can see a lot there.
And what do the Celtics have to do to get back into this?
Oof, a lot. That was sad last night. Hope Jason Tatum's all right. Let's win the next game and then we'll sort it out.
Alex, right here.
Yeah, Keegan, can you tell us what live guys you invited to the dinner last week and who showed up?
Yeah, we invited Brooks and Bryson, and they were in there on points, and they had played on the previous teams, and it was great to have them there. It was exciting this Ryder Cup and what comes with this. No one cares about what's going on in this side PGA Tour live. Like we're trying to put the best team together, and it could mean there's one live guy, two live guys. Doesn't matter. We'll see how this year shakes out. But it was really great to have them all together with the guys. It's been a while since we've been able to do that.
And the other thing is you talked about analytics and eye tests, and unfortunately, from an analytics standpoint, there's really no analytics, much analytics, I should say, out of live. And then secondly, unless you spend time watching YouTube or whatever, there's not much of an eye test. So do you have to take your approach a little differently with the live side of the equation?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, we got these guys are playing in all 4 of the majors, so we'll have that. And, you know, these guys that a lot of them are up in these leaderboards every major. So we'll see how the year shapes out. It's the data is a little less at Live. We don't have quite the same stats that we have out here, but we have some. And, you know, we know winning and contending on any tour at any level is difficult. I don't care where you play. I played the mini tours. Winning there was difficult. Winning on the Live is difficult. And, you know, you can see guys, you know, winning a Live event is a big deal.
Up to Paul on 14.
Keegan, I know you've said in past Ryder Cup years, put a lot of pressure on yourself to play well, to try to make one of those teams, knowing you're involved as a captain, but still would like to play if you play well enough. How would you kind of compare the pressure you feel on your own game, you know, again, knowing you're going to be involved either way?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, it's different this year because my main job at the Ryder Cup is to be the captain. Right now, I go about every day as the captain. I don't even think about me as a player at this point. If I get to, you know, the end of the year and I'm in that conversation, I'll change that. But for now, I have to operate every day as if I'm the captain and make decisions as the captain. I'm not thinking of myself as a player on the team at the moment.
What are the types of, roles that a captain's doing? Like, what are you doing around this time? Obviously, you're monitoring what players are doing, but that's probably not the main focus. What are the types of day-to-day things you're working on?
I really just, one of my favorite things over the last year and a half has been getting to know the guys better. I've known them all, you know, through the years of playing, but I've really gotten to know most of them much more, and it's been really one of the highlights of my career. I don't know if this didn't happen if I would have gotten to know these guys this well. So, you know, I'm just trying to get to know these guys exactly how they want to have the Ryder Cup, exactly how they like to be treated, how they like to be spoken to in the heat of the moment, and really just having them feel comfortable with me and the other vice captains, which isn't that difficult considering we all know each other. But I've really enjoyed the process of really getting to know the guys a little better.
Over to Bob on 12.
Keegan, aside from playing in the Ryder Cup, just your own game, and obviously this is an individual game, you want to do as well as you can. Has it impacted that at all? I mean, have you found that you've had to, you know, maybe put some things aside for the sake of this, and how are you dealing with that?
I think the hardest thing for me has been not thinking of the Ryder Cup when I'm practicing or, you know, my day-to-day when I'm home with my family. It's constantly on my mind of how we're going to go about doing this, the best way to go about doing this, how to run a proper meeting last week. I think that's been the biggest obstacle, is shutting that part of my brain off, which is interesting because when I get inside the ropes in a tournament, it's really the only time I can do that. And so sometimes for us golfers, being inside the ropes is actually a peaceful place. And I've had that at times this year, but there's definitely been times where I've been practicing and a thought will come into my head and I got to write it down and then I'm thinking about it, and that's a distraction, but it hasn't affected my preparation or anything like that.
Are you good with where your game is right now? Like, how do you feel about things?
I feel great. I haven't putted nearly the way I have been over the last couple of years. I really felt like I took a big step forward last week, but hitting the ball as good as I've hit it, it's just, putting hasn't quite been there, but I know if I just have a week that clicks in, you know, I can be right up there.
And just last thing, you just a minute ago said you've enjoyed like the last year and a half getting to know guys, whatever. Does that mean you knew you were the captain a year and a half ago?
Let's see, when was it?
Maybe it seems.
It wouldn't have been a year and a half, I guess. It would have been
maybe it
not
seems
even quite a year.
Maybe it seems like a year. It
seems like a decade, but no, it's been, yeah, I guess it's been less than a year, but yeah.
Any other questions for Keegan? Paul, go ahead.
Keegan, you've previously, I think it was President's Cup, you said just kind of you had previous regrets on how maybe you viewed other guys out here kind of as your competition always, and you kind of relished that a lot of the younger guys are friends in this part of this generation. Just now having this kind of renaissance where you were able to play the President's Cup, where you're doing this, are you relishing having a different viewpoint on how you view your fellow competitors?
Yes, I really regret early parts of my career. Who knows? Maybe helped me play well. I wouldn't know if I did it differently, but I really am. I look up to a lot of these guys in the way that they treat each other, and that they are genuinely happy for their friend that wins or plays well. And I never really felt that. I was always like wanting to beat everybody, and I think it's been great for me to get around those guys and feel that sort of joy that they have for their friends. And I, as the captain now, I see a guy like Justin Thomas win, and I feel like I'm in the car cheering. Like, it's just so fun for me to have that feeling. I sort of feel like a big brother to a lot of these guys, and I thank them for helping me see that side. And I think it's a much better way to go about life on the tour.
All right. Thanks for your time, Keegan. We appreciate it. guys ready? All right, everyone. Scotty Scheffler joins us now at the 107th PGA Championship. Scotty, welcome to Quail Hollow and your 6th PGA Championship. A win for you a couple weeks ago in Texas. How are you feeling coming into this week?
Yeah, feeling good. Like you said, I had a good start a couple weeks ago in Dallas. Got some good rest at home last week, so yeah, excited for the week to get started this week, and then yeah.
That's great. We'll open it up for questions now, starting with Jim right here on 3.
Scotty, how much have you practiced today? What have you seen of the course, and how uncomfortable is it if you don't get a full Tuesday, Wednesday of practice going into a major?
It doesn't really matter that much. I mean, I think a lot of times at majors you can almost over-prepare. So coming in this week, making sure you're rested. It's a big golf course, and it's pretty wet out there, but the greens are still staying pretty firm. You know, they're still fairly new, and when you get that new Bermuda, the greens can stay firm, and so golf course will play long, but it should be a good test.
Up here to Jay on 13.
Scotty, you've got 4 top 8 finishes in your last 5 PGAs, but you haven't put it over the line. Is there anything you could point to specific with this tournament, or is it just a case of things not working out at the right time?
Not sure I totally understand the question.
Oh, just winning the PGA as opposed to the Masters, or you've had a little more struggles here than at Augusta.
Like, why haven't I won here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a long way of saying that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like you said, just a couple shots here and there. You know, I was close at Oak Hill the year Brooks won. That was as close as I remember being to winning this tournament. But I mean, it's a good golf tournament. You know, we're always playing a great golf course, and same thing this week, another really good golf course, and should be a good test of golf. And I'm looking forward to getting the week going.
We'll go over to James on 9, please.
Scotty, you mentioned last year that you were sort of hoping to do a better job of maintaining your rest throughout the season. I'm wondering how you feel like you're doing as the calendar flips to mid-May.
Yeah, doing pretty good. I got that extra month off to start the year. Yeah, I think a lot of it is managing my schedule week to week and, managing the stuff I do day to day. You know, I'm a guy that loves, I really do love to practice. And a lot of times when you get to a great golf course like this and the practice facilities are really nice and there's a lot of space for us to be able to do our work, it can be, really exciting to go out and practice. And so I kind of got to manage myself. It's similar to an Augusta type week where when you get to Augusta National, you just want to spend all day there and, got to really manage the way I do things, and most of my prep work is done at home, and then when I show up here at a tournament, I feel like I'm ready to go, and most of it's just getting used to the golf course, getting used to the bunkers and greens and stuff like that.
Did you feel like when you were feeling that fatigue at the end of the season, did you feel like that was more mental or physical?
I mean, probably more mental for sure. I think, last year obviously was a great year, and it was, I would be tired for a variety of reasons at the end of the year. But like I said, it was a ton of fun. I wouldn't trade it for anything. It was having that mental fatigue from being in contention a lot, I think is great. And I was able to finish off the year the right way last year, and so I definitely have a lot of good memories from last year that I can lean on for sure.
Go to Mike 12, followed by Mike 15.
Hi, Scotty. Obviously paired with Xander and Rory tomorrow for the first group. I mean, just your reaction to that group, and what's it like when you're playing in a major and you're in one of those sort of marquee groups with 2 other big names, 2 other, winners of majors, things like that. Just, your thoughts on that.
I mean, I'm playing with 2 guys that are playing some of the best golf in the world. Xander won 2 majors last year, and Rory already won a Players and the Masters this year, so he's playing some fantastic golf. And yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I've seen that pairing before, and we have a good time out there, and it's competitive. And I think when I look back on my career, these will be some of the fondest memories I have, getting to play with some of the best players in the world and compete to try and win tournaments.
You've talked a lot about being present in each tournament and not thinking about how you played the year before. You've mentioned we all start at even par coming into the week. Your win at the Byron Nelson, do you feel that's momentum coming into this week, or have you kind of scratched that off and just kind of focusing on this week?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a balance there. It'd be silly to say that I can't ride the positive momentum from a good week like that. I mean, to finish off that tournament the way I did and have it not really be too close on the back nine. I mean, I played some really nice golf, and I talked a little bit about how I felt like my game was trending, and so it was nice to see some results from a lot of hard work to start the year, and I feel like my game's in a good spot, and so I think it'd be silly to say I can't ride a little bit of that momentum going into this tournament.
What were some of those things that you felt were trending?
Well, I just felt like my swing was coming around. Felt like my ball striking maybe held me back a little bit at the beginning of the year, and I kept the ball. I drove it really nice last week at the Byron and hit some really good iron shots, and was able to give myself a lot of looks around that golf course, what you need to do, and was able to hold some putts as well.
Alan on 2.
Scotty, Rory was pretty candid last year, even the start of this year, that your excellent play was a motivator for him. And when you see what he's done these first 4 months, does that give you a little fire?
Yeah, I got asked that same question, I think, at the Byron, and it's always motivating when you just get beat. And in golf, you tend to get beat a lot. It's like you don't really get to win that many tournaments. And Rory's been off to a great start this year, and he's definitely improved and made some changes in his game from last year. And so there's always little things that I'm trying to do to get better. And I think that's why we keep coming back. Golf's kind of an endless pursuit of getting the best out of yourself, and I'm looking forward to continuing to do that as the year goes on. But like you said, Rory's been playing some great golf this year.
Just to see it tangibly, how much it meant to win the career Grand Slam and the outpouring that surrounded that, does that bring it into focus for you a little bit more as a goal?
I don't really set those types of goals for myself. I have some dreams and aspirations that I think about, but I've always been at my best when I stay in the present. That's what works really well for me. You have certain guys that'll write down a bunch of goals at the beginning of the year, and that's what motivates them. But for me, I do my best when I stay in the present. But it was really cool to see Rory be able to finish that off and to be there for that moment. He's a good buddy of mine out here, and so I was very happy for him. And that tournament and having to answer each year, for a guy that's had one of the best careers in the history of the game, for him to sit in here, week in, week out, and have to be asked about one single golf tournament, I'm sure it can be a bit frustrating. And I'm sure that's why there was so much emotion coming out of him. And I mean, it takes a lifetime of work to be able to even have a chance to win major championships, let alone win all 4 of them. And so, it was pretty cool to see.
Up here to Shane on 14.
Hey, Scotty, I've been asking everybody this, and you've gotten a couple shout-outs in the process. A little bit of a hypothetical. Looking at driving, putting, approach around the green, if you were forced to trade one element of your game with any player currently playing, what part of the game would it be, and who would you switch it with?
Who would I trade?
Yeah, so let's say, I would trade approaches or putting with this person if you were forced to, not, you may choose not to, but if you had to.
I mean, so today I played a practice round with Sam Burns, and I remember when we played the President's Cup here in 2022, it was like he was putting to a hole that was the size of a basketball hoop. And so I do a lot of practice rounds with Sam, and he's a tremendous putter. I would trade that with him. I think in our game, there's always little things that I look at in people's games that I can improve on. Like, you look at a guy like Rory. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody that drove the ball better than he has in the history of the game. He might be the best driver of the ball that we've ever seen. I mean, you had a guy like Tiger had a ton of speed, but Rory just has the accuracy is what sets him apart, too. Not only does he hit it really far, he hits it really straight. And so, I mean, those are two little examples just off the top of my head of guys that I would trade with. But there's so much that I can learn from out here. Like, I play a lot of golf with Jordan at home, too, and the stuff that he does around the greens and the creativity that he plays with, I can learn a lot from. And honestly, I could go on and on because I've always been a very visual learner. Like, growing up, the way I played, where I practiced, I was able to watch professional golfers all the time, and I just learned so much just by sitting there and watching them, and then I would try to do the same thing. And now being out here, playing all the time with the best players in the world, there's always something that I can learn. I mean, you look at a guy like Jon Rahm, I love the way he plays with passion over every shot. It's very rare for him to lose focus, and you kind of see that in his face when he plays. He plays so competitively. Tiger was kind of the same way where, Tiger was obviously the best at it, but every shot he hit was the most important shot that he's ever hit. I mean, and so I could go on and on, but those are a few small examples.
Yeah, thank you.
Dan on 5.
You're one of the few guys who hasn't played this course in recent years. I know you played the President's Cup here, but I know last year I think it was you had the baby coming. But do you feel like you're sort of learning it for the first time, and what are your impressions?
No, I mean, when you play the President's Cup here, you play so many rounds. I mean, I played 4 competitive rounds and a bunch of practice rounds. And so getting to know the course, I mean, I kind of knew what to expect coming in, you know, with the rough and the way the greens are. And most of it's just getting used to the bunkers and I guess getting used to the rough, stuff like that. And so I don't feel like I'm playing any sort of catch-up getting ready for the week.
Up here to 11.
Scotty, when a course that's already big like this one takes on this much water as it has in a short period of time, do you have to change anything about your mindset, your bag setup, or anything going into this week as you prepare?
As far as bag setup, there is a little bit of thinking to do whether or not I'll use my 5-wood or my 3-iron, but that's pretty typical for a week. You know, felt like I have 2 really good weapons there in that part of the bag, and each week I kind of have to just pick and choose. And this week maybe more of a 5-wood week, just because, like you said, the golf course is going to play really long, the rough is thick, and the run-up areas after this kind of rain are going to be really soft, and the greens are still going to be really firm because they're new. So you have to be able to land the ball on the green. You can't really run it up around this golf course. So that's one aspect that you got to think about. But as far as my approach to the course, not really. I mean, I know what my skill set is, and you know, I'll try to use that to my advantage, and you know, hopefully hit some solid shots this week.
Ron on 6.
Scotty, the last 3 holes here obviously get a lot of attention for the difficulty. In that stretch, is there one shot that's the most intimidating or the most daunting?
I mean, I think the only shot you could really consider where you don't have to be super focused on is a drive on 16. I mean, the fairway's pretty wide and the hole's pretty long, and you know, you're really trying to get it down there as far as you can into the fairway. But after that, I mean, the approach shot into 16 is really tough. The tee shot on 17 is really tough, and then you got 2 really challenging shots on 18 with the water on the left side. So there's no real breathers in that stretch of holes, and should make for a fun finish.
Doug, right here.
Scotty, there was a lot of talk about a burden being lifted from Rory when he finally got the Masters, and I'm curious if you've ever felt that, not the Masters, but a burden being lifted, whether it was your first tour win, first major, first President's Cup point, anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think every time you accomplish something in this game, there's a little bit of that aspect. Just because, you know, I grew up as a kid, I wanted to play on the PGA Tour, and I didn't really get past that. And so, you know, winning for the first time, it took me maybe a little longer than some people would have expected. Mostly just because I had a lot of good starts out here, but I wasn't winning, but I was playing consistently well enough to, you know, have a high world ranking or whatever it was. But I didn't really have, you know, that great of an amateur career. When I first came out, you know, the guys that were being looked at, you know, I came out about the same time as like Victor Hovland and Colin Morikawa, and Matthew Wolff at the time was, you know, a really good prospect as well. And so I kind of flew under the radar when I first came out. But I mean, every time you win out here, there's definitely a feeling of that burden being lifted, just because it's such a great accomplishment. You know, it's not easy to win out here on any level, and every time you win a tournament, I mean, it's a pretty cool feeling.
Does it change anything going forward for you? Does it?
Not really.
Just show up the next week at even?
I mean, you show up the next week, but you, like, for instance, this week I'm showing up coming off of a tournament that I won, and that's always a good feeling. Like, you can definitely ride some of that momentum. I think when I look back at my career, it would be silly to say that I don't ride some of the momentum from those wins. I like to think I don't ride a lot of the momentum from the missed cuts or poor starts or whatever it is. Like, I feel like I've always been pretty decent at bouncing back. You know, I look at a year like last year where I was tired at the end of the year, and I had a really poor start in Colorado going into Eastlake, and was able to kind of bounce back and have a really good week at Eastlake and finish off the year the right way. And, you know, when you look at when I got my first win in 2022, I won some tournaments pretty quickly after that, and so it'd be silly to say that I don't ride some of that momentum, but I do try to do my best to treat each week as their own tournament. But I mean, it's silly to not ride positive momentum.
Over to Gabby on 1.
Scotty, now that you've kind of passed that hump of getting over the injury from earlier in the season, do you look back on it as something that might have been more difficult to kind of overcome and get used to playing with than you initially imagined, or what was it like battling that?
Yeah, I mean, I always focus so hard on my preparation when it comes to showing up to tournaments, and showing up to that first tournament at Pebble, it was not my normal preparation. I'd only been hitting balls for less than a week probably since I had surgery, and you know, I'd put in a lot of hard work in the off season to make some improvements to my game, and then all of a sudden you kind of lose those when you have to go a month without being able to spend time in the gym and being able to do my normal practice. And so I definitely started off the year a bit more challenging than I would have expected going into the offseason just because, of the injury. And so was it more difficult than I thought? I don't think so. I think I had, pretty fair expectations of myself. And I knew it wasn't going to be super easy. But at the end of the day, it's stuff happens, life happens. I don't regret anything that I did. It's just, it's just one of those deals that happens in life. Sometimes you get hurt, and I can't live in a bubble.
And you talk about being able to stay in the present. Do you think that just comes naturally to you, or do you do certain things to keep yourself in the present, or do you feel like things creep in ever that you just try to block out?
Well, no, I think it's always a battle to try to stay in the present. I think when I was in college, my college coach did a really good job of helping me kind of learn that skill. He really preached on when you're at the golf course, you're at the golf course. When you're in class, you're in class. And, when I'm out doing stuff with my friends, like I don't want to be at home hanging out with my wife thinking about my golf swing. I don't want to be out here at the golf course thinking about being at home. Like we have certain time throughout the day, and I think when you're in the present, you try to you're able to make the most of those situations, whether it be, enjoying them to the fullest or getting the most out of the work that I put in when I'm at the golf course. So I think it's a constant battle.
We'll wrap things up with Mike 19 and then Mike 7.
Hey, Scotty, kind of following up on Dan's question earlier, when you don't have as much experience at a course, how much do you rely on Teddy to kind of work your way to plot you around? And what's your guys' relationship like when you guys are trying to figure out how to attack a golf course, especially at a major championship like this?
Yeah, I would say there's certain golf courses on tour that there's really there's a big strategy component to. I mean, you think of a course like Hilton Head where each time you step on the tee box, there's a thought into what club you're going to hit just based on wind direction and pin placement and stuff like that. On this golf course, with it being so big, it's a little bit easier just to step on a tee box and like pretty much every hole is a driver. Outside of that, off the tee, there's not really a bunch of strategy stuff you can do, but I rely very heavily on Teddy week to week. I mean, he does all the prep work on the golf courses, and yeah, I've played him time to time, or year after year, but at the end of the day, like Teddy is the guy that I listen to. He knows where the good spots are. He knows where the bad spots are. And, one year we come to a golf course and the rough may be light over a green in a certain area and the pitch shot's really easy. And then the next year we come back and for some reason the grass is totally different and now it's a really hard shot. And so Teddy is the one that does all that prep work for me, and I rely on him pretty heavily week to week.
I know you said there's not much you have to think about for this course when you're not on the tee, but
well,
or when you're off the tee,
just off the tee specifically. I mean, it's pretty much a driver on each hole, and that's pretty much it.
What hole do you have to put the most thought into for how to attack it here?
I'd say probably that drivable one on the back. I think it's 14 or 15. 14. I would say depending on the pin position, that would be the one that takes the most thought. But most of the other holes off the tee, I mean, you're just trying to get the ball in the fairway really, and get the ball in the fairway probably as far as you can down there, just so you can have a shorter club into the firm greens. And I think going into the greens there'll be a lot of strategy, especially as they firm up, just based on what pins you're able to attack and where your misses are supposed to be. I think there'll be a lot of strategy. I think going into the greens, just not as much off the tee.
Alex?
Yep. Hey, Scotty. This field's very unique in that the Corbridge Financial team of the 20 best PGA professionals join you on a major stage. What is it specifically that impresses you the most about the PGA professionals that are able to compete and qualify this tournament year in and year out?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun to have those guys in this tournament. I think the PGA pros do a lot for the game of golf, running tournaments all over the country, teaching people all over the country, and it's a huge organization, and they do a lot for our game. So it's really fun to have the guys here for a week and play and compete. And, I mean, it seems like each year you see a couple of them make the cut, and, some of them definitely have the game to be out here. It just may not be the lifestyle that they want. And, like I said, they're very important to the game of golf. So it's good for us to have them out here for a week.
Perfect. Thanks for your time, Scotty. Appreciate it.